the sea. Moving away, can't you see? Sand in your feet, feel the breeze in the summertime. Stars in the sky, one dime for the first time. Moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? We'll drink honey by the ocean, it's our favorite potion. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love it till you never break apart. And we're moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. Get off your seat, clap your hands to the beat, grab your champagne glass tonight. We toast to freedom in the Caribbean, yeah, in the Caribbean, yeah. Dan, 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 smoke, 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 fire it up, let our lanterns paint the night sky red. Paint the night sky red, yeah, yeah. We'll drink honey by the ocean, it's our favorite potion. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love it till you never break apart. And we're moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. Can you hear, can you hear, can you hear my voice?
All right, let's get started. So I noted what we're going to be doing today. The hope is to get to introducing the new weapon. I already have some ideas for how to animate it and what it's going to do, but the idea is we lock the animations and the damage and the knockback of that ability and so on and so forth behind the ability class. And that when we are calling the attack, what we're actually doing is we're calling the ability, which will then inform the animator about executing its animation. So there's a couple of steps to this. We already started making this a little bit, way back earlier into this series. We prototyped out what it would be like to dynamically swap animations on the same animator. And it worked, right? So why do this? Well, the idea is that I don't want to have to put in a new animator every single time, right? We don't care about what animator is there. What we care about is the animation clip that's being played. So what we did was we poke the animator until we figured out how to swap animation clips without swapping animators seamlessly. And that's how our animator is currently working. It's just swapping in clips as we need them. The one that's being used for this weapon attack. Hold on. Let's get rid of this real quick. So the one that's being used for this weapon attack is a single animator, right? And it belongs to the weapon handler. And when it starts off, believe it or not, it has no animations on it. As soon as we start the game is when it gets its animations. So it's taking in the clips that we've stored in from here on the player. These 3 clips, the neutral attack, upper swing, and saw slash. And it's plugging them into the animator where I told it to, which is the weapon attack and the third attack. So by that standard, we have the ability to technically plug in any animation that we want into the animator. So now Unity provides a couple of ways of handling this. One is the animation override, but that won't work in our situation for a very weird reason. It's that we want to swap individual clips, not the whole weapon. So like if my animations was locked behind the weapon, then an animation override would work perfectly fine. But instead in this game, the player can swap their different abilities. And so if they're swapping individual abilities, we need to swap the individual animations. And so they can select martial arts styles. Alright, so like if this is, let's say that this is the default style for the scythe, so they would get this as their 3 animations for their just basic attacks, right? That's assuming that that's the direction we're going to go. But the animation override will actually just require the whole thing to be swapped. So that didn't play very well, and we discovered that really early on. So, with that said, the goal of this, since we got that working, is to now hook in the actual. So instead of it being just animations that are playing here and damage that's being provided from our power, we're going to have an ability when we. So weapons are going to have a default set of abilities, right? That just is part of that weapon. But they're going to be overridden by whatever the player puts into their menu over here. So like if they go and they learn cycle slash, right? And that's like this third move for this. It's going to have that animation stored there. Now, this is going to come with a few caveats, right? Obviously, we don't want this animation to play with a sword. Right, it doesn't make sense. Or maybe it does, I don't know. But the point is that we have to lock them behind the weapon's type. So this is where our tag system is also going to come in, where we tag objects with weapon, scythe, item, things like that. And we check for those tags before we do things. To see if this actually qualifies for stuff, right? So if the player has a scythe animation equipped, and then they change from a scythe to a sword, then the ability will be removed, and so now this is where I'm kind of wishy-washy on it. I've written it already, so that way it stores the last setup that you had. So if you had a sword on before, plugged in abilities, swapped out to a scythe, plugged in abilities again, and then swapped back to a sword, the abilities that you had plugged in previously are the abilities that are still going to be there. You'd have to swap them out, right? But that comes with a problem. What if there's a way to unlearn abilities? Right? And you had that ability equipped. So there's multiple places now I have to check for those equipped abilities. So what's the solution to this? We actually created it already. It's to create an inventory for abilities. There we go. And so what we will do is, since we already made our generic inventory system, we'll just use that exact same inventory, but instead this time for abilities. Right? Sounds pretty cool, huh? Let's get started with fixing the inventory system first. Where is it? I like this soundtrack more than yesterday's. Not sure if the audio is clear, but liking these a bit more. Where is it? There we go. Okay. Yeah, I was just messing with this a little bit because I saw some stuff with it I didn't like. So get out of there. Inventory. So the first thing that I spotted with this that needed to change was this. We can break out of this right here. I didn't remember that we were in a for each loop. But if this happens, we can just break out. Or better yet, you could probably just return. Right? And so yeah, this is clean. Next is this. So we need to, that's really, I think, the only change that I saw when I was rewatching the stream earlier about this stuff, this class. The other one that I'm going to do that I said you guys would already know how to do if you were watching the previous streams is the duplicate stuff for the inventory item. I'm going to just do that now, so you know, at least this is complete. Everybody can see how to do it. This is technically the technical term for what this is. It's called a deep copy. So all we're doing is we do public, and usually you would actually do it through the Unity has something a built-in interface for this, which is I'll show it before I do this. I don't use it, but you can use it if you want to do it the quote-unquote Unity way, which is to just do clonable, right? And then that'll force you to implement clone, which is going to return object. Right? Actually, that's the C# way. I shouldn't say the Unity way because that's part of C#. And maybe I should do it that way, but the thing is that inventory item already has, or rather, not inventory item. This thing. Go up a couple steps. See it? Game data, I believe, has duplicate as part of its. Oh no, it doesn't. So where's duplicate coming from? This is it right here. Oh. Huh. Maybe we can just implement that here. Let's do it. Okay. I like my way of handling it better, I'll be honest. I do. I prefer my way of doing it. I prefer my way. I'll be honest. I do prefer. This is the way that C# gives you to do it, but I honestly prefer my way because with my way I can type it out what class I'm expecting back and I can lock it in on what group of classes. Clone is just giving me way too much access. Like, yeah, I'm gonna do it this way. Clone is just way too much. But what I will do is I will actually put this as part of game data, so that way we're guaranteed that What are you crying about? I don't understand. It wants to implement its own here, but it's already there. So what is it trying to get done? So what? I could just do this. What's the difference? Yeah, now it's not crying about it. What did I miss? Oh, is it because I have... Okay, gotcha. So it's getting mad because I have that there? You need it. What are you crying about? It does implement... I literally copy-pasted it. I don't know. What am I missing here? You know what? This is way too much time on this than I needed to spend, so we'll figure that out later. I do not need to spend... It works already. I don't need to spend so much time on it. I don't get why, what I was missing here. But basically that shouldn't have given me a problem. Maybe I just need to, like, remove this and then put it back in, and then it'll realize. If I do this, then do this, does it realize? No, it wants to implement its own. Okay. Let's do this then. Huh. Is it because of this, maybe? Yeah, I don't know. Alright, let's not worry about all of this. This is way too much time on this. It was good to understand what the heck was going on there, but at some point my brain will figure that out. Let's just do the duplicate and we'll call it a day. So, as you can see, it's just a member that belongs to game data object. And as we go down to our inventory, where is it? Item data, rather. I think this is it. Inventory, yeah, okay. We just need to implement it right here. And we just do an override. Where are... what the heck is going on here? Oh, oops. There we go. Okay. This is inventory item, right? Yeah. I'm so confused. Game item. Compare type. Game data object. And we have duplicate right here. Okay, and one type of item is a inventory item. You know what? Whatever. I don't care. So next we will do so we basically want to do this. Can we just do this? Data dot create. It has, oh, whoops. This is, I'll go to data dot. I think I'm still out of it. Create. There we go. And we're gonna pass in info. Is that a good thing? No, because this could have unique stuff on it. So yeah, we have to do a deep copy. I was trying to be lazy. We can't do that. New there we go. So we're running into a small issue. There's no such thing as an inventory item. Right? We made one temporarily because we just needed something to test yesterday, and I almost forgot that. So let's make that a thing real quick. This is an abstract class. And this is an abstract class. We're not supposed to have instances of these. Right? Which also means that this is moot. We're not supposed to have that. What this also means is that this only needs a return. So how did we do it here? Gotcha. Gotcha. So yeah, that's easy now. Okay, so if info where are we? Oh, we're all the way down here. So if info is inventory item is what we want to do. Okay, so we need to get the amount, the max quantity. Yeah, we need to get the amount, the max quantity, rarity, the color, and the effects. So effects can't be done that way because it's a reference type, so we have to change that in a second. And color. I think that's it, right? It's just those four things: the amount, the rarity, the color. The amount, oh, max quantity, rarity, color. Right. And then we go here and we just do a return base and we pass that back. So what we're doing is when we get the duplicate, right, we're going to get some type of info. Right, because this is an abstract class, so this is not supposed to create an instance of itself. That's the reason why we're doing it this way. We check to see if the item that we've gotten is a member of this class. And if it is, then we just populate it with the information that's in this version of the class. And then after we do that, we return up the class above this, which is this, the game item. It's a little bit tricky to understand, but it's basically just taking from below and then passing back up, all right, until we're done. And once we get out of game item doesn't have anything in it. Should it have something in it? I think it probably should. So let's make a duplicate for this. I think I have copy. Yep, there it is. Okay. This is good because you'll get to see in like one video basically what each one is supposed to be doing. So now just imagine the stuff from below are now being bounced up to this on that return call, right? And when we return, we're actually passing back the info. The same info from below. So let's take a look back down at the bottom one more time just to get a refresher on that inventory item. This is the info. It could have nothing in it. If it has nothing in it, then we just keep on returning nothing up. But if it has something in it, and that something is a member of the inventory item group, we duplicate this information. We have to run duplicate on this because these also are data objects. So we want a new instance, basically. We don't want to have references that are representing data in different objects. They each should have their own representation of data. And then we have here the duplicate, which is basically now going to bring us up to yeah, this is now going to bring us up to the game item. And so now in game item, we're going to get past this. So we're going to just do the same thing. If info is game item, right? So now we just take the data. Item.data is going to be equal, and you can see the pattern, right? What am I doing? Element data. And yeah, this has a game effect on it. I think we kind of accidentally duplicated this. Let me just double check with the inventory item. Yeah, we don't need this. Then which tells me item data Yeah, it's right here. So we can get rid of this here. There we go. Oh, why is this crying? Ah, right. We don't need this anymore. Actually, hold on. There we go. Oh, I see the difference. Oh, no, wait. No, there's no difference. Okay, yeah. No? Okay. That was a good little catch. Basically, we just duplicated this in 2 different places. We didn't need to do that. So element data, and then we have this. Just for each effect. There we go. Right, and I think that's it. And then we just do a return. Same thing as before. Like that. Okay. Right, and then it just goes back up the chain. Now we're going back into this. All right, and over here, we just return default if this has got nothing in it. Otherwise, we are going to return this. Sorry. Okay, I think that's good. Just walking back down the chain. So we start, this is where we're going to end up. When we do a duplicate call, we always end here, because this is the top of the chain. There's nothing else after this. There's iGame data, but we're just using it for the name. And that's used for other things, but we don't need to worry about that. This is simple. There's nothing in it. It's just a name. Game data object, though. It is... Right. So this we call duplicate. Duplicate, then we'll do get duplicate, which will return whatever this is. When we do get duplicate... Oh, I think I see what the problem was now. Oh, gosh, I think I see the problem now. It's a small fix. Don't worry about it. It's a very small fix. Gotta go back down. Do we... Yeah. Okay. This is... Oh, no, we did it right. Get duplicate. A little tricky, but yeah, it's fine. And then over here, we have get duplicate again. And then inventory, we have get duplicate. Okay, awesome. And we don't need this anymore. All right. Okay, that's it. We're good. And I think that's it. As far as the inventory goes, that's basically it. But now we're going to build out the stuff that should be instanced. We're not going to be... So all the stuff that was for testing purposes is now gone, as far as inventory goes. Or the item itself goes. Right? Don't need this stuff anymore. This is the serious version now. Okay. Let's see. So now we're going to build out equipment, all right? Because that was part of today's thing. I'm going to build out the equipment stuff. And we're going to actually dig into the item type, because that's where our tagging is going to come in. So let's go back to Unity real quick. All right. Unity is giving me a null reference exception on input. Oh, it's still running. Good. Okay. So first things first, we're gonna go here and we're gonna delete this item. Because is it? Oh, we have equipment data, so we did start making equipment. Haha. I wasn't completely belligerent in my coding. Okay, and so we just need to give this a duplicate. And do I have it as like Control V? Yes, we do. Awesome. Okay, so there's nothing here, really. So all we have to do is... Well, technically... Hold on. Technically, we're not supposed to instance this class either. So this is abstract. And this is abstract. Okay, meaning this is not supposed to be here either. And... yeah. Okay. So before we save this, though, we want to go and we want to create the first class that should have an instance. In this case, we're going to create a weapon, and it's going to be basically for our scythe. We're going to start populating it out, right? So we go here, we create a new script in Unity on a behavior, and we're going to call this our weapon data class. Am I right? Weapon data? Yeah. Okay. Right. That's going to give me a problem because I didn't do a return on the other duplicate. But that's fine. We're okay still. And we're going to equipment data. That's what we're going to piggyback onto. And we're going to just, right over here, do our first class that should exist. Game weapon. And we're going to equipment. We're going to piggyback onto equipment. And I think we can get away with just calling this weapon. I don't think there's another class named weapon out there. So we'll probably just do that. Okay, and so now we can just do public weapon. And we can take in weapon data as its data and object. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, so now on the weapon data, the only thing I really care about with weapons, I think the only stat that weapons are going to have on their own is something I'm going to call lethality. So we're going to call it serialized field, float lethality, right? And lethality is basically going to be a percentage. So it's going to be range 0.01 to say 3 F. Okay, there. So the lethality, basically you can do up to 300% of your power when you do an attack, is what I'm considering with the lethality. Right? And that's my perception of it. So now we're going to just mimic that, and we go. Let's do it differently. We're going to do a public float lethality get private set. Let's be consistent, right? Let's be consistent. Private float lethality. Public float. Okay. And so now the data okay. So now we have the weapons lethality. I think we probably also want to have so we don't really need to worry about the weapon type because the item type should have that. That's going to be part of our tag system. Right, it's going to be up to us to drag and drop the correct type onto the weapon in the inspector. We're not going to actually make an enum because I want to keep it modular to the point or to the effect that later on I can just expand the amount of different types of weapons as I see fit. Right, I don't want to have to think about, oh, I need to go into the code and change something in order to add a new weapon to the game. Right? I can just simply right-click, create a new scriptable object, name it whatever that new weapon type is, then create another object for the weapon, and then just drag that type onto it and give it a new prefab. So speaking of prefabs, that's the other thing we have to do here. Serialize field. I feel like we've already done this, though. Let me just check. I think we've already done this further up the chain. No, we didn't. We have the icon, not the prefab. Okay, so this is the weapon base that's going to come with this weapon data. Right? And so when the weapon base is made, we will pass this weapon base's instance this data. So the question comes down to, okay, so when does the weapon get an instance that we should pass this to it, right? And that's going to come from here. Let's do this though. Okay. And so since we're done with that, let's where is it? There it is. Let's make this over here also. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. That makes sense. We're gonna have a public reference, or rather private first, then public. Right, to the instanced weapon. Right, but we do not make the instance weapon here. We're going to do a override on this, which is public. We did a simulate call, right? So our game is a little bit different. Normally, you would want to do something like equip and then unequip when you want to do that. What we're going to do is we're going to split these apart. The simulate equipped is going to be when we're ready to instance the weapon into the scene, right? The equip and then the unequip is going to be when the weapon is equipped and the stats should be reflected on the character in every scene, no matter what. So in our game, we have a dungeon instance, kind of like in Monster Hunter, where you have maps where you can actually bring out your weapon and fight and attack and stuff like that. And then when you don't have to, right? When the weapon isn't actually there, it doesn't get loaded or anything. Kind of. Because we're going to have like a map instance and then a dungeon instance. So we don't want to have to instance a physical weapon in order for us to reflect the stats that are from that physical weapon, right? So equip and unequip simply refers to the stats that are from this class, the data class, the weapon class, the equipment class, whatever, this data stuff, right? When we actually go into a scene, we're going to be doing a activate call, right? And that's going to be when we simulate the equipped item, right? So this needs to be a protected, abstract, or sorry, virtual. And so do the rest of these. Well, actually, these need to be public, virtual, not protected. Right, again, this is in the equipment class, in case you're copying what I'm doing. Okay, so again, this is for when we enter the actual map that we can see the weapon, utilize the weapon's functionalities for attacking purposes. This is just data, right? That's all it is. So you know what that sounds like, right? It sounds like we're going to end up needing a manager for equipment, which is what we're going to build after we finish setting up the I want to set up the weapon. The rest of the stuff I don't really worry about yet, because I want to build a sword by the end of the stream. That's the goal. I want to build a sword and I want to animate the sword by the end of the stream. Okay. So we have the instance weapon here, right? Which is just going to be where we log the weapon in case we need to get access to this. But now that we have that, we have... Okay. So hopefully you guys remember when I made the broker system. So now we're going to leverage this. All right, you probably were like, well, you know, you made that broker system a while ago, but you never used it. Well, now you're going to see it being used. Whip. And okay. So we don't need all of this right here. All right, so part of the broker system that we need to deal with is we need to store here our private message. Are we a message or are we a note? I think we're a note. So note. Okay. And we're gonna go float here. Okay, and then we just do this. I forgot the setup. Hold on. It tells me when I do it. Note. That's what I thought. But okay, right. There we go. So now I need to put in. Let's give it this ID. And the value is going to be our lethality. There we go. Okay, so now we've created the note, right? And so now we can do okay, so now we can do this. Note. Owner. Dot. What is it called? Broker? Yeah, there it is. Broker. Dot. Add. Note. And in the case of lethality. I think lethality wants to be... I think there's a third option on note for multiplication. So we say true here. Right? Because this is, again, this is a percentage. So then we're going to multiply. We're going to add the note to power. So we go properties, base stat, power. And then we just pass in the note here. And boom, any weapon we now equip will have this lethality added to the result of power when we call power. So we don't have to do any kind of weird stuff where we go into the calculation itself on the combat log to change to modify the resultant value we get from something. Meanwhile, we don't actually change the power directly, right? So it's nice. It's nice being able to do that, because now we don't have to worry about undoing this by going to power or anything. We can just do this. When we unequip, we just do that. That's the power of the broker system. It's freaking awesome. Right, and since all of my stats are automatically registering as with membership on the broker, it's just such great quality of life for coding. Okay, so next we need to do, when we equip, we just add that, and then when we unequip, we add that. So we're going to do it this simple. We're not going to worry about effects quite yet, but there are effects, and we probably want to register those effects. But I can't remember for the life of me. Well, let's take a look at what it is. Game effects. I forgot how to start an effect already. Oh, it's literally just start. Okay. So you can just do this. There. And we just do the inverse. It was a lot of code, but you can see how things are starting to come together, right? I hope. Okay. So this might not be a good name for this. Right? It might not be. Like, simulate the equipped weapon. Basically, it's just trying to get it to say you're trying to show the weapon. Not sure how well that sends that across. Like, if later on others start joining in on this project and they're looking at this, I'm not sure if they'll be able to just say, hey, yeah, I know what this does. I like writing my code in a way that the methods are self-descriptive in that way. I can't think of a better way. It is simulating the equipped weapon. So let's just go. So here we will take the So if you don't know what this is my pooling system. I've shown it in a previous stream. how this was made. And you can see, again, another quality of life, just being able to call this from literally anywhere. And this will just work as a generalized pooler. I could literally pool anything that I want, and it's great. Love it. I just love systems that work and you don't have to look at them ever again. So let's see here. And this is not proprietary to like my project. You don't have to be following along on this specific project. You can, if you grab that code, I took the time to just to go over it slowly, scroll it fast, so you can go at your pace and just copy it, whatever you like. It's a very great pooler, and the call is very simple. You just do this. I think we can do this and be okay. Ah. And then over here, we can just do a return. I like this. This is cool. So we can actually just do this here. Let's go up a level. Just add that here. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Oh, don't be that way. I am not going to do all of that. So instead, we're just going to go up here real quick and do this. There. Whatever it is that we're going to instance, it needs to be a component, and now this should just work, right? Okay. There. A little annoying, but it is what it is. Okay, so weapon is basically done. As far as like, let's go with the flow real quick. In this case, since we're just still testing things out, As soon as the character starts, it's going to automatically do the equip. I do not have a button set up for equipping or a UI set up to just drag and drop it into equip, but it's going to automatically equip. We'll be able to test out if it's actually working when we attack something with our weapon. Base power right now for the weapon, I think, is making me do like 20-something damage. So we're just going to be able to modulate the lethality here, and we'll see the effect show on the weapon numbers when they come up. We're not going to really test unequip. But we are going to obviously simulate the equipped. Right? Right? And this is also something about separation of concerns. Right? All this is responsible for. So this is just coding principles. The only thing this is responsible for is to get the information about the weapon. What we do with that information is not the responsibility of this class. This class is just supposed to have the information from the base. If we're going to be changing data about the lethality, it's here. If we do anything else, if we modify this this weapon, we can have something further up the chain that can handle that modification. This just retains the information and gives us access to it. It's an accessor. That's it. It doesn't modify anything. The next class we're about to make is the class that's responsible for modification of anything that's an equipment. Right? This is the equipment manager. Because we should have designed this in a way that is going to be universally accessible, because this is just raw information for us. So now, since we know that these equipments will always have notes, we can actually take this, go up one level to equipment, and just drop it here. Right? And let's make it protected. Right? But that belongs up there because armor can have notes, anything can have a note. Alright, and if they have to have specialized notes for themselves, we could always just add that later. But for right now, everything is just going to have a note, and this is the note. So, with that said, we could actually get away with doing this inside of this. Let's just do it here and then copy paste it up there. So it just crossed my mind. Yeah, we could do it this way. Okay. That's good. Now we can do the other stuff. Okay, good. So now when we do this, instead of doing it this way, we just do that note. Pass in the ID, value, and true. The value in this case is lethality. So now we can go here, up to equipment. There we go. That solves the problem that I was thinking we'd run into. That other problem would have made for a whole lot of running around and trying to get stuff. So by just making this publicly accessible to set it, we fixed that. Or avoided it. Not for nothing, though, we should never really be changing that. But it is what it is. You know what? I don't think we should change this. Yeah, we should. There's never a reason to change that. It's fine. We'll leave it like this. Same way the ID should never change. The value is the only thing that should ever be getting changed around when we do set notes. Okay, awesome. All right, so this is done. So now this is probably going to be temporary. Right here. Maybe. I'm not sure. Right? But the key here is going to also be over here. Because we need some way of telling the effect that this object, like let's say it's a weapon. If we hit with that weapon and that weapon has +5 sword fire damage, then we want to do that. But if we hit with an ice spell, we don't want to trigger the fire damage from the sword, right? We have to tell the effect that, hey, this effect that's going off is tied to a spell, it's not the sword. So we need to also do that, which means that maybe tomorrow I guess we could do that, but basically make it so that way effects know when they should trigger. The specifics of when they should trigger. Okay. So let's, we need to do this over here, and then we're done. Create asset menu, file name. Okay, so this is gonna get us. Gonna get us to our the first thing. The second thing that we have to do is we need to give it animations. We need to tell this the what animations it has by default, right? And so I was debating how to do this, and I think I'm going to make a combat style class that will populate a dictionary over here. And then we can get the clips from this via the dictionary. That's what I'm thinking. But I'm thinking, actually, no. I'm thinking we're just going to stick with that same style class and have a separate collection on the manager for the weapon. And remember I said before that the problem we could bump into is if the player decides to unlearn a skill to free up slots or whatever, it doesn't pay back to have a collection here, so we need to make a separate inventory for abilities. So let's get abilities out of our head for right now. For right now, actually, they have to be in our head, but they have to be over here. They're not... Abilities should never go here. That's what I'm thinking. Alright? Just a reference to this. So let's do that. So serialize. Right, and so this should allow us now in the future. So let's say like down the road your game, you say, hey, I like having these 3 attacks, but I want to implement a different kind of attack. I want to implement air combos or something. So this will allow us to do that. Let's do it. There we go. Data object, that's what. Yep, there it is. Item type. That's what we needed.
Getting stronger every day. Keep on pushing through the pain. Keep on grinding till we take. Ain't no mercy in this life. There's nowhere left to run away. No, there's nowhere left to run away, run away, run away, run away, run away. Getting stronger every day. Through the bullets and the flames. But the fire's in your eyes, and there's no place left to hide. You got nowhere to run away. No, you got nowhere to run away, 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 run
Okay, so we have the combo sequence, the dash attack, the launcher attack, the attack combo sequence, and a dive attack slot. So basically the order that we put the attacks in on this list is going to be the order that they are going to be executed in. And these, again, are just defaults, right? Now, I guess we could reuse this class in other places as well. I mean, we will, more than likely, reuse this class in other places. Because this is a very convenient class. Like, it just appeared to me. Just do something like this. But let's see if my hunch is going to work, which it should. There's nothing crazy going on in this class that it shouldn't work. So, let's see. Okay, let's give it a shot. The scriptable objects, we have our abilities. Create a new folder, weapon. In here, we're going to create a folder, combat styles. Folder, let's go with Scythe for now. And we're going to put this in. And we can just duplicate this for some of the other weapons. So we're going to have swords. Sacrum. All. Corpse. All right, so let's go to the scythe real quick. And I guess first we should create the ability. Or the weapon. Oh shoot, we're in the wrong area, aren't we? This is under the ability section. So we need to go to items, equipment, make a new folder for weapons. So let's give this weapon the entropy. Actually, let's give it metal. Has no effect. The lethality is going to be, let's say, 3 times my power. And we'll toss it the prefab for the weapon. So where is that? Is this what does this have on it? Weapon base. I understand. Does it have its own prefab, though? I thought it did. The weapon handler has its own prefab. And it's going to obviously include that. So we need to make one... for this. We'll make it later. Let's just do it here. There we go. There. There, that looks like a prefab now. Alright, let's go back to... let's go back to here. Well, this doesn't change. Okay, so this is going to be where we put our tag system later. But for right now, we just need to... The goal right now is... remove this from this. This is our weapon handler, which is temporary. This script. Right? The goal is to, on start, get a weapon, and then equip it. Thus having the weapon handler display the weapon. Oh, actually, before we even get there, let's go here. I think we're jumping ahead. Close all of this stuff. Okay. So under the scythe, we still need to create something. A combat style. And we also need to create the abilities for the weapon. This is throwing me off because it's so different from what I normally do for this. But it feels like a good direction, so I'm trying it out. So we create a new combat style. Okay. Why does this have scythe default okay, hold on. We need to go up a level. Data object. There we go. No, it's still... I gotta delete this. Delete. Okay, that's better. Okay. All right. So, there we go. So sorry about that. It works. So since we have the combo sequence, let's let me close this or lock it. I think it's under art, animation, weapon. There we go. Oh, I forgot. We need to add something also here. Okay, that should do it. Oh, man. Okay. So the very first thing that we need to do is add a idle. Doesn't have anything. We'll just call it default idle. And we have the 3 attack sequences, but let's just add those. I think neutral attack is the first one. Cross slash is the second one. And upper swing is the second one. There we go. Right? And I'm going to put upper swing also as a launcher here. This is just to flex the dynamicism of the system. Just flexing right now. Upper swing. There we go. Okay. All right. So now we can say that I mean, we could go even further and beyond, right? We can put like speed on this and then influence how fast this animation is being played back at that way. Like, we could do so much stuff here right now. But I still think this isn't the right way I want to do it. This works, don't get me wrong. This works. But I think these need to be scriptable objects. Not just plain old objects. And I think these should be the abilities themselves. Definition for it. You know what I'm saying? I love it, though. This, like... if it wasn't for that, my I would love to just keep it like this. But I could flex harder. Let's do that. Okay, let's do that. So we're going to turn those into scriptable objects. So this is the original in case you're curious. If you want to use it this way, that's up to you. But the better way is going to be like this. Where is it? It is scriptable objects. So I'm pretty sure we have an ability data here, yeah. And so we want to go and make a weapon ability. Okay, we already have one. Ah, this one's garbage. Looks like we were starting to make one, and then we must have forgotten about it. Okay. See, past me is actually super smart. It's the present me that's really dumb. My past me just flexed on me. Alright, so let's find the one that we just made, delete it, because I thought I just looked and then I didn't see it, but it's right here. This is the one that we just made. So let's delete that and then open the one we had. This is it. Okay. Let's check this. Hey, Roman. I'm gonna do what you did, but the right way, so you can take a look and see how powerful it is when you approach it the correct way, bro. With the way that you set up your animators. Like, I'm gonna show you the it doesn't take long to do it, and once you do it, the pain is just not there. Like, I've walked the path that you walked before, and I'm telling you, it's painful. I'm doing all right, though. Thank you. How are you doing, my friend? Like, I'm just high on my own supply right now, because I just realized, like, I did this earlier. Oops. Get rid of that. I did this earlier, and it turned out beautifully. So then I realized I could make it even better, but then I went and saw that I already tried making it that way to begin with. So it's like, okay, I already knew the right way to do it, and then I started doing it the wrong way. Awesome. So we can just copy this, and we can just do that here. That's literally it. That, folks, that's it. End of story. You can call it a day. You've made an ability system. Yeah, basically. That's what happens, right? That's the downside of compartmentalizing everything like that. You end up with classes, like, you make empty classes because you know you're going to use them, but then you completely forget about them and remake them again and then realize you made them. So it's... Like, this way is just better than what I was originally doing, so it's crazy. But you see what I'm doing here, right? Like, you see each one of those hits that you do in your animation? You could really just make a scriptable object for each one of those hits, convert them into objects, and then you could have knock up on that animation and have the ability itself control the effect. And so instead of going into your animator, tweaking if this, that, then and the other, and listening to your animator, you could just go to a scriptable object and literally move a slider up and down to get the effects that you want.
understand to say I'm sorry, so lie and pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. Whoa, I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. So I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie.
Yeah, I can tell you this, having done it with Godot, that Unity by far has the best, compared to either Unreal or Godot, the two that I've experienced deeply enough to explain on it, Unity has the best animator, in just for the fact that it's so easy to debug if you do it the right way. It can turn it into a literal whiteboard of conspiracy theories if you do it the wrong way. But Godot, picture Godot's animator, but without the ability to debug it at runtime, and that's Godot's. That's Unity's animator, but like that, and that's Godot's. And it's rough over there, bro. For 2D, it's great. For 2D, it's fantastic. But for 3D, oh man, like every time I knew I had to deal with something with the animator, I knew it was going to be like a week that I had to spend working on it. It was rough. Like I could not stream for a lot of the development in Godot just because if I knew I needed to add something to the animator or whatever, I knew that was going to take a week. It was rough. And so coming back to Unity, it's just literally I spent maybe 5 seconds on the animator. I think the longest I spent on the animator is creating the actual animations. You know, I don't spend much time actually dealing with the logic of the animator. So we can get rid of this, actually. Like, I saw what you were doing, and then I saw that you were trying to compare logic to the animator. And in my head, like I said, I was biting my tongue the whole time you were doing it, because I just didn't want to get in your way when you're in your kitchen, right? So it's like, but I'm seeing it, and I'm like, why is it that you already have the logic, you generate the logic on your code side? Why is it that then you're passing that logic over to your animator, and then trying to read it back from the animator to figure out what you should do on your code side again? Like, the code side already had that logic to begin with. And it's like, and I'm like, he's just too deep in it. He doesn't see that that's what he's doing to himself. And so now you're going to end up, I mean, it's great because now you have to dig into the animator to learn how the animator works and, you know, do your code. And you, because the animator is a very weird beast. Like, how Unity developed it is just so weird, but you can only get better by doing that anyway. Like, you can't learn to walk without stumbling, right? Yeah, no, we all stumble, dude. Like you know, everybody stumbles. Everybody's stumbling. Like, look at this. I just stumbled like crazy, right? I started flexing on stream, thinking that, oh yeah, this animation system is freaking great. Then I realized that the past me did it better, because like the past me had already prepared the roadmap, and I just forgot, and then bumped into it as I just created this again. So I'm like, I want to get upset because it's like that, but then I have to remember that I'm streaming as well as coding, so my brain is split right now onto those two things. Right. Well, not. I shouldn't say streaming. I'm trying to explain everything that I'm doing, and so that takes an extra bit of awareness, I guess, or focus away from what I'm doing exactly, or the bigger picture of what I'm doing. Okay. Yeah, I swear, autocomplete. Why are you doing that? I don't know. It's just 1 second it's doing great. Next second it's like, nope. Knock. Up. There we go. Well, I mean, you do crazy though. Like, once I see your viewer count reaches, like, active viewer count reaches like above 10, that's when I'm like, at this point, dude, you should just put the keyboard to the side and just start having a conversation, because it's rough. Like, it's rough. I can tell, like, there's a percentage of attention that you can give, and it just diminishes as the viewer count. Like, I can't imagine when you hit like 100. Oof. So basically, this is it. This is all we need. We actually, I don't think we need any methods inside of this. Let me check here. So this is just a regular ability, right? But we don't need this because we're under weapon ability. So even though we have access to all of that stuff, technically we only need this stuff. So we can just make these public. And the animator will work with this information. Right? This is the beauty of inheritance. I do have access to all of this other stuff, but I just am not going to use it. I know I'm not going to use it. I don't care. Like, I have knockback force here, casting range, and all this other stuff. And really, I think I could take these out and then put... And the same way like I made the weapon ability here, I could make a spell ability, which could have all of that stuff. But I'm not, because let's say I want to have access to this, I can get that now. So we're actually going to get rid of this. And we're going to go with knock back. Knockback force. Right? And so we don't need this actually at all, because we have knockback force higher up that's getting filled in for us. Do we have knock up also here? Yeah, we do. So we don't actually even need knock up. So we can get rid of that. This is what I mean. Like, inheritance is just great. Do we need anything else, like damage-wise? Elemental conversion, casting. Elemental conversion is really... So we don't need hit power either, because we have elemental conversion further up. So we can actually just use that ability's elemental conversion against our power, which is even better than just having it have its own hit power. Awesome. So legitimately, we've reduced this to just the animation being added here. That is fantastic. Okay. Unless we can remove this. That is awesome. Okay. So now we have the data side. Let's make the abilities on data. Pop, pop, pop. As soon as we get back, there we go. Okay. So let's go back to our scriptable object. And we are going to go to our ability, our weapon ability, the scythe, combat styles. And so now in the combat styles, we're actually going to put in the abilities that we care about, right? So out here, let's go back to scythe real quick, and we're going to create four new abilities. Default idle is what we're going to call this one. And let's just duplicate them. Default light. Default middle. And default third. Or heavy. Or final, I guess. And then we can do the launcher, I guess. Default launcher. All right, this is just the extra, okay. This is just the extra to show that how flexible the system is. Because right now in the animator, we do not have a launcher animation. All right, I'll talk to you later, Roman. This is just a launcher to show how flexible the animation system is, because we don't actually have a launcher in our animation system yet, but we can easily add one, and then all of a sudden this is going to start working with it. That's the goal. All right. Okay. Let's give these some value so they stop being stupid. There we go. Okay. So default idle. Okay. We have tons of what did I name them? Whatever. Okay. That's the default idle. Okay, so we need to get rid of these for now. There we go. There we go. Darn it, I can't find it. All right, let's. Okay, there we go. These are the two. Need to get my brain around that concept. So this is the. I'm going to assume the second attack. So we're going to say that, or the first attack. So we're going to say that this is neutral. No, that was the final attack. Whatever. All right, so light, we're going to say that this is neutral. Then we already have idle, right? Yep. Okay. The middle attack is the upper swing. And the final attack is the saw slash. And then for the bonus flex, we have the launcher, which we're also going to make the saw slash. Okay, so now we left this here. If like down the road we have like an ability system where we want the ability to, let's say we slash and we want the slash to have like particle effects or something, we can do that here now, right? That's the reason why we left that here. Okay, I think that's it. Final saw slash. Okay, good. So let's put the names in. Default. Default launcher. Default light. And the default middle attack. Okay, now for the next little bit of code we have to do here, I don't think we need to add anything else here. For this, we need to change this, because we're no longer going to be using that. Instead, we're going to use, instead of attack data, we're going to use the ability data, or the game weapon ability. Be specific. Okay, so now we can get rid of this for now. Okay, so I think I have to remake it. Is that what's happening? It wants me to delete it. Yep, I have to delete it. All right. Scriptable object, combo styles. What the heck? Combat style data. Weapon ability data. That's weird. There should be a ton of stuff going on here. Why is it being annoying? These are all public. Oh, weapon ability data is what I needed to put there. Gotcha. There we go. Okay, there we go. So now it should work perfectly fine. There we go. So now for the idle, we just grab that. We have no dash attack right now. We can add in the light attack. then the middle, and the final attack, and the launcher. There we go. Okay, then when we go back to the weapon, oh, looks like it's starting to snow. If we go back to the item for the scythe proper. Okay. What? This is the oh. Whatever. This is reading combo sheet for some reason still. It's not. Combo's up there. Create a new scriptable object. Item. There we go. Okay, and so now we just need to assign the default combo style. Let's go back here. We will remove these. Right, and we can just grab our default right here. Okay, there we go. So we need to pass in the weapons prefab. That's how I know that I already made this and that switched was nothing, because I know I put in a weapon prefab over here. I had to have, right? It's not under art. It should be under prefabs. Scythe. There. And we'll give it a 3 on lethality again. I remember doing that. And we'll set the max quantity to 1. And we'll call it the default scythe. We'll give it a... Oh, we don't have a type of that. That's fine. We'll give it the element again of metal. Default scythe weapon. Okay. Actually, just put default scythe. There we go. So now, as part of our system for addressing this, we need to just register all addressables. We're going to know that it works when the address for this object appears here. Just got to give Unity a second. Okay. Okay, there we go. Unity is done. So now this is registered in our address system. We can... Let's go to our player script just so I can show you where we're going to start from before we... Because now we're going into the part where we're building the equipment manager. So let's close a whole bunch of this stuff. We're going to open up some of these stuff later, but for right now, I just don't want to start getting overwhelmed with Windows open. Okay. So the whole point of this is to be able to do something like this.
the type to give out second chances. I
Right. Oops. That's not right. I need to change the names on these. This is giving me the animations, which is nice. But that's not what we want. We want the... Oh, there's two of them named it. That's why. So which site do I want? Is it this one or this one? I'm going to try this one. Nope, that's not the right one. We can just do it this way. Oh, what's the name of it? Default site? There we go. Let's take a look at what that looks like inside and why it's acting like that. Oh, it was there. Oh, wow, this system is actually really smart. Even though these are completely different, it lumped it together for me. It's nice. Okay. But I don't want it to do that. So we're going to have to change something later on. But yeah, basically I need it to do this. And then from there, I can get the obj is equal to item.create. And you can do weapon. I think that's it. And pass through this. And that's it. Now we have our weapon, right? And from there, we should be able to go equipment manager. This is pseudocode for where I'm trying to get with this. Equipment manager.add or equip obj. Right, and it should be pretty clear what's going to happen once we do that. Okay, yeah, I think we're good. Let's get into it. So I want to change something first. I don't like that both the animations and the weapons refer to the same thing right here, so we're going to just specify what we're talking about when we do that call. Like, it didn't cross my mind that the code would end up doing that. It's fine, I guess, but it can get kind of confusing. Okay, let's repopulate that addressable list. And let's go over to the code. So now the addressable should be, yep, it's broken there. So instead we have to do weapon, scythe, bolt scythe. There we go. That's exactly what we want. Okay. Okay. So ultimately what we want to do, we don't want to have to write all of that all the time. So what we really want is for us to be able to do equipment, so in order to make the item, we want to do something like no, I think we're overthinking. All right, let's just do it. So should the equipment manager be its own mono behavior? Or should we make it a subsystem of... This is a legitimate question, right? Because not everything has equipment. So I think we should make it its own thing, and we can just add the component on stuff that actually have equipment. Sometimes I'm feeling high, but sometimes I'm feeling low. I want to stay inside. I could call my bed. Yeah. So we're going to make it a mono behavior. No. No. We're going to make it a system. We're going to make it a system. Okay, yeah, we're going to make it a system. Screw it. I got it. I got it. I know exactly why, too. She says that she loves me, she just wants to fuck me. Got me feeling something, got me feeling nothing. Alcoholic junkie, says she thinks I'm funny. Think I might get lucky, spending too much money. She says she wants my necklace, put her on the guest list. Hope I don't regret this, hope I don't regret this. I'm feeling hella reckless, cashing all my checks rich. Hickeys on my neck, shit, she's on the offensive. I do not know my set list, still I'm gonna get lit. Yeah, I have a death wish, live until I'm breathless. I'ma stay progressive, she gon' say obsessive. Life is so expensive, do everything excessive. I think my brain's defective, yeah. Can't think when she's aggressive, yeah. She snuck into my section, yeah. You think I'd learn my lesson, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You
want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep, these girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. She's sitting up in the front of the class, using that ass, she gonna pass. Keeping her pad and her pen in her lap. She been so bad with the men in her past. Now she just want the professor so bad. I'll give her lessons that she never had, like taking a freshman and teaching her math. I'll keep her guessing until she a grad. She always leaves them guessing, they don't know what's next, man. Learned it from the best, man. She loving every lesson, with hands-on sessions, points for attendance. She asks a lot of questions, I answer with my presence. I sit back while I'm texting. Said she wants to get it, and said she'll bring her best friend. Know what happened next, man. You know what happened next, man. Treat her like a guest, man. Rolling out the best, man. She had a confession, yeah. She wanna stay for a minute, she wanna play for a minute, she wanna slay for a minute, and now I'm all up in it. I'll be back in a minute, I'll be back in a minute. Make a track in a minute, and now I'm all up in it. No sleep, these girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep, these girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. My hands steady, I feel ready, but my legs heavy, I don't get it. How come I haven't hit it already? Still working, I'm still learning, I'm still searching, finally earning something, finally turning something called a profit. If I hear you talking shit, don't get caught in it. I'll be popping off and hit your ass, dropping all your shit. Yeah, I promise this, I got promises, you ain't stopping this. Cross my shit, you'll be knocked unconscious, bitch. That's the consequence, I got this, I will not quit. Man, I'm on it, honest, I'm gon' launch quick, then I'm gone. It's just a matter of time before I'm over the climb and moving under my prime. Just quit my 9 to 5, I'm rocking, and they watching, cause it's shocking. Dropping all these top 10 songs, so stopping. It's time to live my life, it's time to live, not die. Wish I could slow down time and just enjoy the climb. And I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God I get it, bro. So don't just let me get it. Yeah, let's go. I'm gonna get it, yeah. Yeah, I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God I'll get it, bro. Hey, I ain't never giving up. Said I never give up. I got this, man, I got it. I will not quit, I'm on it. Never rock it. Got the block lit, I'm toxic. Spitting logic, make them nauseous. Honest, can I stop this? Never cautious, drop it. I'm the hardest. Knock, knock, bitch, watching. I'm the fucking king of rock, bitch. Profit, spitting hot shit. Off topic, chronic. I think I'm motherfucking lost it. Back, matter of fact, making racks where it's at. Have my back to the mat, not an act, that's a fact. We attack in a back, no react, no react. Think I'm black, off his back. While I rap, not to step, through a jab, give a crap. We're advanced, I'm the man. Got a plan better than most plans. Goddamn, I'm a rhyme till I die. Never lie, that's a lie. I don't try, I defy. Yes and no, that I'm right, yeah. I've been in and out the studio like a student though, working on a movement, yeah, I'll do it cause I'm in the zone. And you know that I'm ready for the shows, how it goes, I don't know, but I'm waiting till I'm chose. Front row, here I go, all these people wanna know what you think of them lately. Do you really love me or do you really hate me? On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you grade me? All this social media has got me going crazy lately. Everything's inflated, mainly everyone's invaded. Privacy is naked, man, I really hate it. God, I really hate it. I just wanna make it through all this fake shit. Living in the real life, living for some real times. Talk about the real climb, passionate in real rhymes. Steal time back from my 9 to 5, taking back my fucking life. I just wanna feel alive. And I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God I get it, bro. So don't just let me get it. Yeah, let's go. I'm gonna get it, yeah. Yeah, I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God I'll get it, bro. Hey, I ain't never giving up. Yeah, I never give up. Fake it till I make it. Motherfucking take it back from these haters. Playing tracks for the traitors. Got the passion in depths when it happens. Factions take actions, drafting their captains. It's happening. I'm raising my status, facing the madness. I'm out gaining traction, avoid the distractions. I'm snapping, no captions, attracting reactions, adapting, attacking, commanding the masses. I'm practicing habits. I don't fucking ask this. I just fucking grab it. I am never static, massively active, expanding, backslid, planning to have it. So I will go capture it, and I'ma stay after it. I'm gonna fucking master it. Put them on blast it. They will never last it. Don't be so dramatic. Not my demographic. This shit is democratic. They vote effects, yeah, bitch.
I don't like this. I'm being restricted. I don't like it. So I think the best bet is we need to pass in more information. Let's take a pass-by approach on this, right? What we're going to do is we're going to pass in the information and we're going to assume the default. And unless passed otherwise, then we'll just use the default position inside of our dictionary for storing this. That means that if the player decides that, let's say the player has like 4 rings, or let's say there's 4 slots in the games for accessories, and the player equips an accessory, when they do that, they're going to be dragging and dropping. When they drag and drop into the equipment, it's going to tell us which slot in the equipment they actually populated, right? So when they do this, we then are going to get that slot information here and set and basically handle the swapping. Right? So we can get away with we need to abstract, I think, a little bit. So we're gonna abstract back on how we're going to approach the slots for this. We're going to store the equipment inside of a separate object, and we're going to call that its slot. Right? So let's do that.
Do you care what I say? Is it all just the same? Always make these mistakes. Ooh, baby, take me, play me. All I wanna do is please. Wanna spread like a disease. Ooh, crazy, tasty, baby. I just wanna feel you breathe. I just wanna feel your knees. Yeah. Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress next to a savage. Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress next to a safe. If you wanna stay, baby girl, don't go. Oh, look the other way. Nobody will know. Oh, if it's all the same. Call my place your home. Oh, I don't wanna chase, but don't want you to go. Oh, all I want is you. Ooh, all you need is me. I know what to do. Ooh, only I can see. Yeah, know I love the view. Ooh, climb under the sheets. Do just what you do. Ooh, put me back to sleep. Yeah. Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress next to a savage. Oh yeah.
I'm not getting it. Something is not clicking.
Put her on a mattress. Baby, she's a savage, but she lets me have it. Oh, we getting at it. Want a couple glasses. You could be my captive. Baby, be proactive. She looking so attractive. Dressed with the backlist.
I want to be able to, in the future, add as many slots as I want. Like, if for some reason the player unlocks a skill that allows them to have two weapons equipped at the same time. I want to be able to extend this in such a way. Right? I want basically as minimal in restrictions as I can get. The easiest way to do that would be to make that a list. And then couple it with a wrapper. We need to create limits. Let's write that out. I think that's it. We're only going to have equipments and clothing and a weapon slot and accessories. I don't think we're going to have yeah, I think that's it. So I think I need to take a slight walk away. I'm gonna get something to drink and come right back. Give me like 1 minute or 2 minutes.
You got nothing but doubt, you're alone in the crowd, just trying to figure it out. All that is bad, and this money got you feeling left out. Listen up to me now, every word that's out of my mouth. Wake up, it's me. You gonna follow your dreams, or are you just gonna be another cog in the scene? You feel the hope in this beat, yeah, the hope that you need to proceed and be exactly what you want it to be. I feel right, and I'm proud, hype and I'm loud. I'ma shout all about how I feel in the now. Ain't nobody ever gonna try to change me, till I'm dead, pushing up daisies. I'm alone in the crowd, I won't feel down. I got hope right now, and I know I'll be found. I don't really care just what all other haters gotta say. I know everything I do is gonna make them fade away. And when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something, well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me. If you wanna be something, then all you really need is hope. Take a look in the mirror, are you seeing some fear? You hear the voice in your ear, can you start to see clear? Are the bad thoughts near? Or can you be where your feet are when you stand right here and say no? I'm never gonna give up, I'm never gonna slow. The one that doesn't give up never loses to a foe. The one that could show to myself I could go all the way to the top, can't stop me. I'm a soldier, always closer till it's over. Older, but I'm bolder, moving forward, older, never slower. Get to know ya, don't go make me drop my shoulder. You need to believe you can achieve everything that you dream. Everything that you need is in the air that you breathe. It's in the mind that you feed, it's in the time that you bleed. Every second of life is another blessing to me. And when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something, yeah. Well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, it's what you need when you're down, need when you're out. It's what you need when you're sad and when you feel left out. You feel an energy drop and then creeps out, but with a little bit of hope you can figure it out. Keep your head high even when you're down inside. Through the pain you fight, and through the painful nights you keep striving, keep trying, keep driving, rising, keep thriving, surviving. Nothing's in your way but yourself. Don't need nobody's help. You can make it through this hell. Take it one step at a time, one step as you climb. If you fail, you'll be fine. Get back up to the grind and never lose sight of your mission. Be driven. This life is a prison if you don't have vision. You're in it to win it, so get it, don't miss it. The chances now, so be something somehow. Don't let yourself down. That's right. Sometimes all we really need is hope. I wanna feel alive, feel the blood inside my veins. I wanna slow the time, will you slow it down with me? I think I need to find what it means to be okay. It's broken by design, can't live life without some pain, yeah. And I know I'll keep running, no, I'll be something you won't see me coming. I grow, I keep punching, I grow, I keep hunting. No, I need nothing, supposed to be something so close to me. Jumping out in the worst kind of way. You took all of my time and didn't give it back to me. Wasn't enough, and I don't know what to say. You wanna fall in love, but don't wanna feel the pain. And I'm so low, cause I don't know if I'm alone, if I'm unknown. But I won't go, no I won't go. You ain't never gonna slow me down, cause I feel alive now. I'm gonna go insane. Always on the grind, but still everything's the same. I'm sick of wasting time, wish I didn't feel this way. But with this kind of mind, I will figure out my lane, yeah. It's the highs and the lows, the change and the woes. All the fame on the coast and the pain no one knows. I want the time just to slow, my mind's feeling low. Say I'm fine, but I know that I might be alone. Felt love in the worst kind of way. You took all of my time and didn't give it back to me. Wasn't enough, and I don't know what to say. You wanna fall in love, but don't wanna feel the pain. And I'm so Yeah. I spit raps like a heart attack, fast fatal heart impact, past painful scars. In fact, I blast tasteful bars and pass. I back up my actions, fact don't ask, grab reactions, jacked attack with every word, then act with class as they hear me snap. I got nothing to lose, cause I fought and felt the bruise. Now I'm not the one confused, call the shots and they produce. I ain't lost, I'm finally loose. Pick a new silver excuse, I need the views to boost me to a new abuse of being used. Everybody wants a piece now, y'all can rest in peace now. You're dead to me, so peace out. Remember, you're just freaked out. Get ready for defeat now, I'm gonna make you bleed out. Listen on repeat now and weed out all the weak now. Get up and make a change, don't remember yesterday. If you got something to say, speak your mind before your grave. Cause your life is yours to save, ain't nobody gonna change. Everybody stays the same, so be different, make a name, huh? Like a soldier, I keep on moving forward, always getting closer. I march until it's over, and just like a soldier, I keep on moving forward, always getting closer. I march until it's over, and just like a soldier, I keep on moving forward, always getting closer. I march until it's over, and just like a soldier, I keep on moving forward, always getting closer. I march until it's over. It's ridiculous, I'm spitting this meticulous and limitless, while others out there spitting shit got hits up on the charts. I see why other artists quit, cause people don't reward good shit. They love to hate but hate to live. Society is swing and miss, and honestly I get it. Promise me you won't regret it. Wasting energy, forget it. Don't look back, go on and get it. Bite the bullet just a bit, bite your tongue and don't say shit. Make your actions hard to miss, be a legend not a myth. Yeah. It's obnoxious that I'm conscious, rapping honest as promise. Try to harness as an artist.
Okay.
It's a long quest, I will not quit till 10,000 people going off. When I drop this, I gotta make it now.
So
Breaking out, swear to God I'll take a bow. Send a stage with the crowd, I got it figured out.
trying to think about like just this process. Usually when we do these systems, we have like a set amount of these slots that we're going to be dealing with. And then we can just make it, all of these slots are originally there. We can just choose whether or not we're going to allow access to them. But I don't want to do it that way. I don't feel good about doing it that way, basically.
I don't get what I want, I get what I need. Every single day I'm heading off to my dream, and I get everything that I damn well please. I don't give a damn if you all listening to me, cause I run it. I'm the only one.
Okay, I think I have an idea. Let's try back. It's a little dirty, but it would work. Oh, I don't like it. We could use a sorted list and increment it internally and get back from it. That's a lot of verbiage. A lot of verbiage. Let's walk ourselves through. Let's see what happens. We equip, we have...
nauseous. I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this, work until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit, no, because I want this. Don't try to stop me, failure ain't an option. So I be cautious, I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this, work until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit, no, because I want this. Don't try to stop me now. I don't give a fuck if you got a college degree. Did you learn anything? Really worth anything? 200 grand later and we're not even working. Student loans worth more than what we're earning. Best lesson I learned is to keep on searching. Find your true passion and get to work. And better take action or you end up serving. Yeah, that's a fact. So you better clean up your act. So you better raise up a stack and tell the world they can suck on that. Don't come back, pack your bags. You take a trip and don't relax. You hit the switch and just attack. You find your niche and make some racks. Don't hold back. Everybody wake up. It's time to break up with the life you made up. It's time to trade up, live the life you want now, a life you don't doubt. I could give a fuck how, just get your grit out. Wake up, man, this life is a blur. Everyone's got an opinion, so which one you prefer? Cause I'll give you one that's coming from an entrepreneur. Don't give up on your dream if it's what you deserve. So I'd be cautious, I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this, work until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit, no, because I want this. Don't try to stop me, failure ain't an option. So I'd be cautious, I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this, work until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit, no, because I want this. Don't try to stop me now. You're never gonna make it, you're not good enough. There's a million other people with the same stuff. You really think you're different, man, you must be kidding. Think you're gonna hit it, but you just don't get it. It's impossible, it's not probable, you're irresponsible. Too many obstacles, you gotta stop it, yo. You gotta take it slow, you can't be a pro, don't waste your time no more. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? I don't give a damn if you say you disapprove. I'm gonna make my move, I'm gonna make it soon. And I'll do it cause it's what I wanna fucking do. Cause all these opinions and all these positions, they come in millions, they blocking your vision. But no, you can't listen, that shit is all fiction. Cause you hold the power as long as you're dreaming. There's no way that you make it, and maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? vision, you're not that great, man. Stop what you're saying, stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just faking. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore. I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds, talking out loud so proud. You better shut your goddamn mouth before I do more speak out. It's about to head south.
Never gonna make it. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Or will you fucking fight back? Are we gonna play now? Ready for the show? I'm about to take down, you already know. Get the fuck out of my face now, yeah, you gotta go. Man, I'm on the chase now, leave me on my own. I got a chance to break now, here I fucking go. Take control of fate now, I control my flow. And I know that I'll be great, how putting on a show. I know that I'ma stay loud, drowning out the noise. The haters always thinking that they could fucking break me. They're better off eating their own words like pastries. Hate me, and you better find some fucking safety. I'm coming in hot like a bad bitch and pasties. They can't save me, no I ain't lazy, no. But society has me going so crazy, yo. Don't blame me, no my mind's hazy, yo. And I'm sick of me feeling this way daily. Always live my life till it's over, and I will not forgive those who hold me down. And I will never give up, I'm moving forward. And I will never miss my chance, take it now. And I will always live my life till it's over. And I will never give those who hold me down. And I will never give up, I'm moving forward. And I will never miss my chance, take it now. You got one life, so live it right. Keep your friends tight and your family in sight. Never cease to fight for the things you think are right, cause you just might find you control your own mind, eh? You'll be fine, eh? Just take your time, eh? Enjoy the climb, eh? Enjoy the grind, eh? You never really know what's on the other side till you give that shit a try. Know the limit is the sky, eh? Make them take it back, what they said about you. Every time they doubt you, make that shit about you. Forget about the clout, yo. Fuck the word of mouth, yo. Keep your head down, yo. Work until you found, yo. Fight until you make it, yo. Don't think it, no, just take it. Don't wait for someone to break it. Take control and don't just fake it, eh? You can make it happen. You just gotta take some action. Take the ship and be the captain. Head on out and don't look back, yeah. I will always live my life till it's over. And I will not forgive those who hold me down. And I will never
I'm not even sure if that's the thing. What I'm here trying to do here is we're going to check to see if this has a slot. If it has a slot, we have easy mode where we can just swap the slot out. We'll get the item that's found and return it out. Otherwise, if we don't have the slot, then we put this in. We're going to have to check against the maximum amount of items that are possible to have. That's here. If it's a weapon, whatever, right? And then we go over here and we compare the different types of items. And if they're the same item type, I guess. That's why I was thinking about passing a T here. Okay. I like this better. Yeah, I see a pathway on this. I see a pathway. There is a path. Beautiful. Okay, we're here. We got it. We got it. Just get key. There it is. There we go. There we go. I think that gets everything that I wanted to get done. Holy cow, that was thinking. To try to remember that. Now over here, So we're going to make our lives a little bit easier here. Turn this into a dictionary. Probably make it an You know, I think I just realized. I think I just realized what I've been trying to do with that. I've been trying to make it so it will automatically populate the equipment. That's what I've been trying to get done. I get it. Right? Because when you're playing the game, it might be that, I don't know, like the opponent might disarm you. The item flies from your hand, lands on the ground, and you can go pick it back up, and it'll automatically equip that item. That's what I feel like I've been trying to do. Let's see if that's what I did. We'll ignore this for right now. This is just a catch. We get the key. This is set up down here. And then we check, do we have this handler? We initialize handlers over here in the constructor for the class. If we do have it, then we can run add, where the stuff happens. What we actually want to have happen here isn't for it to just return something. Returning is great, but we don't want it to automatically equip or slot out things that are already there. That's not the point of this. The point of this is to add, not remove. So in truth, all this has to do is fix all of this. This was beautiful. I like the way this came out, but this isn't what I wanted to do. What I wanted to do was first check if plot is equal to -1. And the equipment so we actually need to pass in also here. Sure. Then we will do equipment. Hmm. There. That's what we wanted to do. Otherwise, we equip the actor here, and then unequip from the actor if we have a returnable. But actually, just do this. And eliminate this. There we go. So now we have a completely modular system where we can increase or decrease the amount of slots in each one of these as needed. That's what I wanted to make, right? As far as the handlers go, the equipment itself, there we go. Much better. Oops. There we go. Ooh, that was a bit. That was a bit. So just came up with the idea for how this system should work on the fly, and we put it together. That wasn't too bad. Sorry about the delay. Just I realized different things along the way about implementing this process and like what I really wanted versus what I thought I wanted. So now, if like things change, I can tag this into my other systems. Then I can do check for the key, and then just change the max slots as needed. Right, when we make a save load system, that's when it's going to come back to being some realized. There we go. Right. Okay. Wow, that was rough. I wanted to get more done, but I feel like as if I'm gonna start making mistakes if I go further. Like that whole thing just took me for a roller coaster ride of emotions, right? um, darn it. I think we're like a little bit past the halfway mark. I'm getting towards implementing, but I know I'm burned. If I keep going, it's gonna be problems. Um, let's just make the rest of these, I guess. There we go. Okay. And so the boring stuff is done, hopefully. Okay. I think this is good. And so we can also do this because we said we wanted like 4 accessories. So we can do this and adjust the amount of accessories that this will allow. Ooh. Okay. Then we can go back to, why is the bounce manager open? We can go back to the weapon. Let's open that up from over here. Right, and on the weapons on equip, we do add note here, but since we know that this is a weapon, and we know that something's trying to equip it, we can get this combat style information and try to send it to the weapon handler. Right? So we can do this. I don't remember how the player is doing that. I gotta look. Might be a private property. Yep, it's protected. um, make it public over here. Hmm. A little bit different. I think we're done actually, because the weapon handler is going to be using this. Right? That's the point of the weapon handler. So the weapon handler no longer handles equipped or not equipped, technically. It handles simulating the weapons that are equipped already. So it's just going to tap into the player's equipment, get anything in the equipment, and then call simulate equipped on those of equipment in order to simulate whatever wants to be simulated into the scene. Right? There's one thing that this is missing though, and that is that instance. We need to assign this data to it. There. So from this point on, we can populate the animations because all of this stuff is already built out. So we can just do something like this. Well, actually, let's go a step further and beyond. We have to, let's go a step, same way like what we did over here. Uh, where's the equipment? Did I close it already? Oh, here it is. Same way that we did with this, we are now going to create a string key. Has to be a string because the animator works with a string. And that string key is going to be tied to an enum. And so from the inspector, we can assign uh, where in the animator each animation is going to be played. We could do that because we have them separated out in abilities. But we don't really need to do that, do we? Because let's see. Let's see which way is easier. So, for example, we could do this. Did we not do that? Oh, we didn't do it. Let's do it. Hmm. I guess we could do it like this. No, I don't like. Yeah. Let's do it and see what it looks like. I know I said I was going to stop it at this point, but I want to try it. Attack. Okay. Let's see what we named it in the animator. Attack 1, 2, and 3. For the 3 attacks. Oh, that's why. Oh, and we forgot the most important one. There we go. Okay. So now we've bypassed, I mean, it took a little bit of work, but because of all of this work that we just did, Roman, if you're still there, this is basically going to make the anime not be a problem. Right? Because now we can tell which animation to do what, when. Uh, so that's it. We have to go back a sec to simplify the code in ability. Ability. Don't need combat stuff. I think it's actually the weapon ability. and we need to give this click spin. Okay. So now let's walk it through. When we equip, okay, so there's two types of abilities. You have the abilities that we're going to learn, look at the player learns and then equips, and then we have the abilities that are just default. These are the abilities. We have to treat them differently, right? In other words, we're going to have to create a default system based on the current weapon that we're trying to express its information. The initial way, so that means they're going to go through a two-step process. The initial process is to go into the ability system using going into the ability system using the key that we provide to get the ability tied to that slot. If no ability is tied to that slot, then we instead go back to the weapon data and play the ability off of the weapon data. Right? But I don't like that idea. Instead, what we're going to do is this. Instead, what we will do is when you equip an item, weapon. Hold on. When you equip a weapon, hold on. When you equip a weapon, we'll check the abilities. If the abilities match the weapon, we don't do anything. If the ability slot is empty, then we fill it with any defaults that might be. And if the ability slot is incorrect, we'll remove it and replace it if possible. And we do this anytime that we equip or unequip. But we need a process doing this. Man, I think I need to take a stop at this point. Because that's going to be, I'm already burnt out from equipment. Like just getting it to be that way because I kind of made it way more complicated than it was in my head. And went really some weird direction. But we got it done in the end. Fine. So yeah, I need a moment to really let's just like put this together. So tomorrow we'll continue with putting together the rest of the good news is that the ability system is basically just going to be it's going to be an inventory. Yes. Right? Of abilities. But the ability system itself will have an inventory of those abilities. It's not an inventory in itself. And how it manipulates that inventory is going to be up to us. Right? We're probably going to create a dictionary, one for weapon abilities, the current weapon abilities, one for current magical abilities. And they're going to be locked to, the keys on them are going to be locked to the amount of enums that we have, right? Because this is different than equipment. With weapon abilities and stuff, there's only so many keys on the keyboard or on a controller. So we know that, I know that there's just a hard limit, unavoidable. I'm gonna do that. With weapons, I was thinking maybe it's possible to have like 4 weapons at your control at once and things like that. So with the way I've set up the input system, you can do that. Like you can manipulate multiple things at once. Um, yeah. So this is a little bit more linear, but at the same time, I'm already burnt out. So I'm gonna take a break. Well, I mean, tomorrow we're gonna come back and finish this, and hopefully have a working stuff like that. Have a great day. We're gonna call it there.